really don't hear that at all anymore coming from, GOP operatives and posters here. But to your point about this summer that we have had, you're a student of history. I cannot wait to read the book about what happened in 2024, the summer of 2024 here, because it's fascinating about where we were in the spring to how we got here in the fall. And we don't have to dwell on that. I think our viewers know what has all transpired in the interim here. But when you want to talk about viral moments in a debate, and there are ones from history that we can get into, but the mics will be muted just like the last debate. There aren't going to be that many opportunities. Of course, the viral moments from the last debate, Tom, were ones of Biden stalling, his halting performance. They weren't of Donald Trump here, so I thought that was quite an interesting contrast. Because in 2020, all of the viral moments from that one debate between Biden and Trump were from Trump, who kept interrupting Biden time and time again. Biden could barely get a response or answer out here. And then that kind of dovetails into the conversation overall about the feelings of this election. Are we in a substance election? Is it substantive, or is it purely personality? Is it purely vibes time, right, at this point in time?
That's one of the big questions I have coming into tonight. Obviously, people tune into these things because they want to find out what a future president of the United States has planned for the country if they were to be elected. But, clearly, these debates are not just about that. Everybody wants to be high-minded about these things. But yeah, people tune in because they want to see that knockout blow. They want to see that one-liner. They want to see that thing that everybody's going to be talking about the next morning around the water cooler or the coffee pot or whatever passes for social interaction in the workplace these days. They want to see that thing. Now, if that comes, by way of a zinger or a fact check or just some unscripted moment, that's the thing that both campaigns are going to be looking for, that they can put into an ad, that they can put onto social media, that can use again and again and again to drive home whatever message it is they want to send about their opponents. Now, one of the things Harris has to be careful about is that she is facing, the most seasoned presidential general election debater in American history. We've had other people that have been nominated 3 times for president of the United States. Certainly Richard Nixon jumps to mind, but, he didn't have a series of presidential debates. What Trump brings into this tonight is a vast wealth of experience, having been at these podiums before against now, 2 other candidates in Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, and also his vast television experience before he ever became a political figure. So, she, yes, has been a United States senator and an attorney general and a prosecutor and is, prosecuting cases in a courtroom. This is a different arena tonight, and it's one that Trump has shown in the past that he has a command of. So the last time Kamala Harris did this was 4 years ago against Mike Pence.
Right.
I think no matter what you want to say about either man, Mike Pence and Donald Trump are 2 very different individuals, and we expect him to, debate very differently.
Yeah, of course, we know Pence is not even voting for Trump. How their relationship has changed in the last 4 years. Tom, I wanted to ask, too, because Harris ran for president once before. I covered her primary campaign back in late 2019. And she took positions then that she has moved away from now. Some then were quite progressive, far left, many have described them, on a whole host of issues here. And I will be looking for whether or not the moderators, get clarity on some of her policy positions now. Yes, the Harris-Walz campaign finally put out their policy plank on their campaign website over the weekend. And Fox caught up with some House Democrats just today and asked them about some of these flip-flops, we can call them. Jamie Raskin saying this to Hillary Vaughn of Fox Business: "You can change your mind 1,000 times, and it would not even come close to J.D. Vance going from being a never Trumper to a forever Trumper here." Maxine Waters saying, how do you compare that with the president who lies every day? Tom, I got to ask, flip-flopping, is that just a natural element of American politics now? Should we not even be questioning it anymore? Is this baked in for voters that if it's politically advantageous, electorally advantageous, candidates going to shift their position on something eventually?
Yeah. Look, there is a science to debating. If you go through how the strategy teams approach nights like this, there's a couple of different lines of attacks. One is refutation. You can just flat out disagree, with your opponent. Another is correction, maybe kind of putting in context something they said. Another one is calling out contradictions. This is, part and parcel how politics works. If you were in a political debate with somebody and you think that you've identified something that they've said at one point and now changed at another point, yes, you're going to go after that point. Now, there is an argument to be made of evolution of thought, clearly, that, do you want an individual who is locked into one position and stays there forever? One of the things some of the Harris folks have told me when I've asked them about this is they say, well, look, you're pointing out something of Kamala Harris when she was running for president in one of the earliest Democratic primary debates, and I'm thinking about the border situation, decriminalization and stuff like that. Traditionally, candidates tend to run to the margins of their party in the primary session and then move to the center if they are then become the nominee. Harris never got that far. Remember, she dropped out of that primary race early on. So in her positioning herself as a progressive in that race, and remember, there were other progressives in that race as well, too. She said things back then that she's having to answer for now as a general election candidate in 2024 as the party nominee. So, in some ways, they're aware of this. They say they're prepared to deal with explaining this to the voters. But, the same can be said of Donald Trump, too, especially on this issue of abortion right now.
Right.
He's having a time with his own Republicans about exactly, where his position is. Is it moderating? Is it, getting more progressive? Where is he with this? Some Democrats have been some Republicans have been quite alarmed by what they see as some motion in Trump's position on abortion.
Yeah. What about Trump's attacks on Harris? He calls her Comrade Kamala. He has various nicknames also for Coach Walls as well. We can get into some of that here because the Trump campaign had to make also their own switcheroo in their focus of their strategy against a new candidate. How are they doing in that strategy? Has it been effective or have they struggled with it since she became the nominee?
Listen, I tell people all the time, I've interviewed the former president probably about maybe half a dozen times, especially most of those were when I worked in New Jersey on the Jersey Shore. Back then, he was a casino owner. We would go down and talk to Donald Trump about his casinos, and he would, identify other casino owners and start saying, they're washed up. Their hotels are no good. Nobody likes going to their places. When he came to the Washington, D.C. area with his golf club, he identified some of the most well-known golf courses in the D.C. area and said that they were falling apart and nobody liked them. Donald Trump picked that up and brought that into politics. These nicknames are nothing new. Remember, Little Marco and Jeb from the first time out in 2016. So, these are staples of Trump politics. So it should come as no surprise to anybody that, when he gets into these forums and these debates, he will take the gloves off. The question is, can Harris preempt that by maybe getting under his skin early on, getting him off his game a little bit? But remember, he didn't really have to do that against Joe Biden at all. One of the most memorable lines that came out of Trump in that first and only debate between him and Joe Biden was when Biden at one point had, kind of muffed an answer to a question. Trump looked at him and said, I don't know what he said there. I'm not sure he knows what he said there. And for a lot of folks, that crystallized that debate. And even though it was one moment, it was an important moment because Trump had enunciated things that a lot of people back at home who were watching that debate were thinking in that moment. So, the nicknames got a lot of attention, but, is it a moment that you can look at that debate where the person sitting in the chair in their living room at their home says, oh, see what he just said? I just thought that. And that's how you make the connection with the voters in these debates.
Tom, just lastly, let's talk about some of the debate parameters and rules here. There's not going to be a crowd. The mics will be muted. How do you like your debates, Tom Fitzgerald? I got to ask because I think it could be described that it's somewhat of a loss for the American voter that this is probably the only time we'll see them in a head-to-head matchup. There are no more debates between them scheduled. You know, usually in cycles we get at least 3 between the candidates. This is seemingly it here.
To answer your question, you know, I've moderated debates. I like having a crowd in the room. I think it gives a life to the room. You know, as you know, if they want to cheer or clap, yes, the moderator's job and my job has been in the past when I've had to moderate debates to kind of calm that down to allow the debate to proceed. But as long as it's within reason, I think that adds something to a debate. It adds something to the candidate's energy level.
Okay.
I think it gives people a feel of how the things that these candidates are saying are being received in the room. Remember, you know, when Lloyd Benson, and I'm going to date myself.
All right, we got to make it quick, Tom. We got to go soon.
Greg Patrick could probably go back further than me. But when Lloyd Benson looked at Dan Quayle and said, "You're no Jack Kennedy," there was an audible gasp in the room that nobody who watched that debate will ever forget. I think you learn something when you don't have people in the room.
All right, we'll look for those moments. Tom Fitzgerald, as always, can't thank you enough, and happy debate night. We'll see you.
All right.
All right, in the meantime, before we take our final commercial break of the hour, I just want to let you know that at least 10,000 of you have weighed in on this very question about which policy should the next president prioritize: the economy taking the cake, later followed by immigration, and then crime. So scan that QR code. We'll keep this question, this poll alive here. Speaking of polls, though, Tom and I were talking about how close it is between Harris and Trump. This is the Harvard-Harris poll out in the last few days. It's tied there. This is a national head-to-head matchup as well. We don't only have just the Harvard-Harris poll. We have other polls like the Times Siena poll that just came out over the weekend. Harris down by 1 over Trump. And then, of course, the RCP poll average. This is an average of polls there has Harris up over Trump just by 1 here. So let's take our final commercial break of the hour. Remember, we are moments away from the first presidential debate between Harris and Trump here. It will be simulcast on Live Now. Speaking of counter-programming, Tim Walz, the Minnesota governor, Harris's running mate, just took the stage there in Phoenix, Arizona. So we'll have that a little bit later on. We'll see everyone in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are just moments away from the ABC News presidential debate. Let's check in with some of our reporters and colleagues there in the Media Filing Center in Philly. including Connor Hansen with Fox. He joins me. Connor, good to see you here. Happy debate night. What's the energy like in the room there?
Andrew, good to be with you. It's a very high energy atmosphere here inside the spin room, just minutes away. As you mentioned, we're seeing politicians, surrogates, media everywhere coming through to do interviews. And this could not be a more high stakes evening, this debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. And it's actually the first night these two candidates will even meet in person.
Security is tight in Philadelphia. Fencing and concrete barriers surround the National Constitution Center, and there's a heavy police presence as former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris gear up for the most critical night of this election.
What you're going to see is the strength and the confidence of Vice President Harris.
He will be the clear winner, and people will see that we can't have 4 years of Kamala Harris.
Harris entered the race just 7 weeks ago after President Biden dropped out, giving her limited time to define her candidacy. Her campaign says tonight the vice president is focusing on policy.
She's going to talk about her plans to lower people's costs, her plans to take on grocery prices, her plans to build more housing in this country.
Trump won a coin toss and chose to give the final closing statement. The former president's team says he will portray a Harris administration as a continuation of Biden's presidency.
The most important thing that President Trump wants to get across is that we have extremely different policy ideas for the future of America.
There is mounting pressure on both candidates to perform, with national polling showing them virtually deadlocked in crucial swing states like Pennsylvania.
The voters have consistently said they care about the economy, they care about inflation, they care about the southern border.
And one of the next big questions we'll all be asking, will there be a repeat of tonight's debate? Right now, there's only one other scheduled before Election Day, and that's between the two vice presidential nominees, Governor Tim Walz and Senator J.D. Vance. Andrew?
Okay, Connor, that is literally one of my questions. Will we get to see them again in this format throughout the rest of this cycle? 55 days left to go before November the 5th here. So you're right, Connor. A lot is riding on what happens there on the stage tonight. Connor Hansen in Philly. Thanks so much. Talk soon.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, we are just about 2 minutes away from the ABC News presidential debate here. And remember, we had been talking about how we got to this moment, all that has transpired over the course of the last 3 months here, not only in the Biden administration, but also in the Trump campaign as well. You know it by now. It's been a hugely consequential and historic summer, not only with the assassination attempt against Donald Trump's life, not only with President Biden withdrawing from the top of the ticket, events that happen in the course of 10 days that normally don't happen in the course of a decade happened. We were here for those on Live Now from Fox Live Raw and Unfiltered in the moment, bringing you the news in real time. As we will continue to do so after the debate, we'll be bringing on reporters and analysts and experts to talk about what we all just heard and what we all just saw here. We'll also be showing you some of the highlights, the reels, the clips from some of those viral moments that no doubt will probably be made there on the stage in Philadelphia. A gorgeous nighttime skyline view over the city of brotherly love. Of course, you know, that is where it all began. I've been saying so 250 years ago, the cradle of American democracy, the birthplace of American democracy. And so we are gearing up in just seconds as ABC News moderators David Muir and Lindsay Davis will kick it off. We've gone over some of the rules for the debate, and let's go out to Philadelphia, there at the National Constitution Center right now. All right, we kind of preempted here. We are waiting for some of the live pictures inside of the National Constitution Center with that shot there of the debate stage between Trump and Harris. Let's listen.
And former President Donald Trump. Their first face-to-face meeting in this presidential election, their first face-to-face meeting ever.
A historic race for president upended just weeks ago. President Biden withdrawing after his last debate. Donald Trump now up against a new opponent.
The candidates separated by the smallest of margins, essentially tied in the polls nationally and in the key battlegrounds, including right here in Pennsylvania, all still very much in play. The ABC News presidential debate starts right now.
This is an ABC News special. The most consequential moment of this campaign. Kamala Harris.
Together, we will chart a new way forward.
Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Face to face. Historic. The ABC News presidential debate. Here now, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Nice to see you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to startup small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year, because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. we're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation has, which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that Xi and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad. But it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences. Like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban, because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter, because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came to your desk?
Well, I won't have to, because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50, essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea, and how unfair that would have been. Part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free, but they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it, because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. So wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government, and we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade, and as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women, who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
excuse me, I have to respond. another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer the question? Would you
because
veto?
Under Roe v. Wade,
answer the question. Would you veto?
You could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside, and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so, that would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border?
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
But the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying
manager.
their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. You know, this is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president, in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in. And all over the world, crime is down. All over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris,
FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened? A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice President
to stop
Harris,
him.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
Weaponized, please.
This
is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot
that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking, because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your response?
First of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish, one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead, we'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that
for
we
the
have to get
environment,
to.
as she
We're out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video radio message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar, remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world, and crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just ask you,
David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask you.
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this, you talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate, because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border, because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed, you'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you'll say, come on down to the office, let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you, because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically.
That.
You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them Republican.
No judge looked at it.
And said
they
there was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread
standing.
fraud.
That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The President of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter, because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did, in fact, lose that election, It leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is
I think we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. if she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after.
Wow. Okay, wow. Just wow. I don't even know what to say right now. I 100% think that these questions are softballed to Harris, and I also personally believe that these questions were given to her ahead of time. These answers of hers are so rehearsed, and I mean well rehearsed. She is not a good debater. If you go back and you look at her prior debates when she was attempting to run for president back in 2020, and yeah, she was the first one kicked out of the Democratic race. She had I think like less than 1%. She could not debate. She could not hold her own. She could not defend a damn thing. Now look at her. You can't tell me that she was not given these questions beforehand. Jesus. And yeah, that last one, Trump definitely got her on that one. Yeah, Putin endorsed her. Absolutely 100%. Putin did endorse Kamala last week, I think it was. So oh God, this debate. I can't imagine listening to her for 4 years. Can anybody else imagine listening to that for 4 flippin' years with the potential for there being 8? But my deal is how can she even get up on that stage and even tout about solving problems that her own administration, the administration that she is a part of, created? How can she sit here and say, oh, we're going to fix prices? You're responsible for those prices. My deal is, and I really wish Trump would start zinging her on this stuff, is that you're responsible. He keeps going back to this whole immigration thing. That seems to be the only thing that he's able to really, focus on. It's like, okay, cool, we got it. There's immigration. But the thing is, there's a lot of other things that she is responsible for, that Biden-Harris administration is responsible for. And that's what he needs to start attacking her on. She's responsible for the high gas prices. She's responsible for the high food prices. She is responsible, period. Whether she was POTUS or VP, doesn't matter. She is part of that administration, therefore she bears the responsibility of that administration to defend its record. And she can't do it, and that's what he needs to do. He needs to pull her out and expose the weakness and the inconsistencies and the failures across the board with the administration over the years, not just the border. He needs to step away from that border issue and start zinging her on this other stuff. He needs to take her down. She's got the cues. She already knows this stuff. It was already given to her. I'm sorry, that is my personal opinion. Nobody's going to convince me otherwise. These answers of hers are too well rehearsed. They are on point. And he needs to counter it. He needs to stop it. Because she already knows what's coming, he needs to start attacking her where it hurts. I don't know. God, I can't listen to her for 4 years. I just couldn't do it. I don't know, man. So yeah, just off topic with this whole presidential debate. God. Just that voice and that laugh, that cackle, just. Whew. Anyways. Oh yeah, no. If she gets into this country, 100%, Felicia. And Trump is trying to point that out. This country will fall. The United States of America will fall if Kamala Harris is elected. There is no saving the Republic if she gets into office. The only chance of preventing the fall of the United States as a republic is maintaining control of the House, increasing numbers of the House, and then taking the Senate and stopping her at every freaking turn. Every policy, everything she wants to do. We have to have both chambers to stop her and her radical communistic approach to wanting to dissolve the Constitution. She's sitting, and that just amazed me. She actually claimed that he's the one that wants to dissolve the Constitution, when that is exactly what she's trying to do. That's what she wants to do. Her upbringing, her Marxist father, 100% believed in the dissolving of the Constitution. He is 100% for communism in this country, and that's how she was raised, under that ideology. That is a dangerous precedent. And that whole, that when she starts getting fatigued at the stand and she cannot seem to focus, or she gets lost on the teleprompter, or whatever her excuse is, she always goes to that one phrase, let's unburden what can be unburdened. That is a Marxist phrase. That is in the Communist Manifesto. That is 100% right there. that is fascism in its core. Because she has nothing else. That's her goal. Unburden what can be unburdened. You know, that's what she wants to do. She wants to completely destroy the Constitution because in her mind, in a communist mind, in a fascist mind, let's be honest here, there's not a lot of difference between a socialist, a communist, and a fascist. They all pretty much tote the same damn line and ideology. She wants that Constitution dissolved because it's a burden. It is a burden for the utopian society that communism touts, that everybody can be equal. That's it's not gonna happen. Everybody cannot be equal. People who work hard, they should get what they have earned. Period. People who don't want to work, you don't get shit. You sit on your butt, that's what you get. You get nothing. People who go out and work and labor and kill themselves day after day, building companies, building restaurants, whatever it is that they're doing. That's how you get ahead. But under her, she's going to take everything that the hard people work for, she's going to take it from the majority and then give it to the minority who don't want to do shit. Your Medicaid, your Social Security, all of that's going to be gone if she gets into office. Sorry, they're back. I'll stop my rant.
But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also, as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strong men instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is Commander-in-Chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something, I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park Five, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up, Lindsay.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country, one who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President Trump, we have to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy, please.
She has a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's what her plan is until just recently.
I just need to respond.
President Trump,
No, the former president has said something twice that I need to respond to.
I'm sorry. We're going to move on, Vice President Harris. President Trump, this is now your third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Correct. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it, and we're going to replace it. But remember this. I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something. I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not-too-distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private health care options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said, at the time because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice President Harris,
in terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot of...
She made a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
See, that was, oh God, I gotta rewind back to it, but that was concrete evidence, 100% of her being given the questions beforehand. That was such a well-rehearsed response. Oh my God. I gotta go back to it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to dig that one back up for reference so I can cite it properly. I posted it in the chat when she did it, but maybe somebody can reiterate exactly how she said it. But I was too focused on the fact that it was so well rehearsed that it was, oh my God, she was actually given the questions. You know, we experienced this a little bit with Hillary Clinton back in 2016. There was definitely something going on with HRC back then, getting the questions as well. So oh God. I don't know, guys. I gotta be honest, because she has the answers, or she had the questions, so she was able to rehearse the answers. It's, I don't know, but my brother is saying that it's standing at a tie right now. I am gonna disagree and say that it's a little bit more in her favor because of her already having the questions. Yeah, they're definitely going to tout this as a win for her.
Live from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughing. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
All right, and back out live there to Philadelphia. This is Andrew
Oh yeah, no, 100%. She was given the freaking questions there. I got to go back through it to the one point that she said it. The answer was so on point, and having watched this woman debate in the past, watching um, her press conferences, watching her interviews, watching her her rallies across the country, she is not that good. Give me 1 second, guys. All right, sorry guys, got a phone call and then my son came in real quick. So, so I'm getting a lot of reports in already that they are saying that Kamala won the night. that she won this debate. I'm just combing through different things right here. So here's a couple of fact checks. So she's sitting here saying that she's a gun owner, supposedly, but the fact is that in 2019 she promised a mandatory gun confiscation. Okay, it's not a buyback program where you have the option of turning in firearms for money. She was 100% in favor during an interview in 2019 stating that she was promising a mandatory gun confiscation. No, correct, James. It is a separate body. Christopher James. It is 100% a separate body within the woman's body. But here's my deal, and I toe a very fine line when it comes to abortion. I personally do not believe in it in any case except for the health of the mother or rape or incest. And other than that, my deal is we need to be teaching abstinence and not touting abortion as a form of birth control, which is what the problem is. Currently in this country, you can actually look this up. It is called abortion frequent flyers. The name says it all. They have interviewed individuals at abortion clinics and they have listed wow. Okay. I really don't do live a lot, so I gotta remember to click that microphone. So give me a moment. Why does this keep happening? Okay. Somehow my microphone keeps muting on its own, but I didn't do anything. Wonderful, outstanding. Did anybody hear anything that I said? Hello? Can anybody hear me? Did my microphone break? Okay. No, my playback went silent too, but my mic muted. Okay. So, it was a good rant too. Damn it. Okay, good. Glad somebody can hear me. So I was responding to something that Christopher James had posted up there. Colette, I wish Trump had offered more on how he will achieve his goals. Even a statement about RFK and leaders from business would have brought a strong team building to the discussion. Colette, I agree. So, originally when I was ranting before I turned my mic on, there is reports already coming out saying that Kamala won this one, and that's all over. That's including Fox, all the obviously the all the liberal networks are saying it automatically. Even if she had lost horribly and tragically, they still would have said she won. But the fact is that some of the conservative networks are saying that she 100% won. In my mind, she had the questions. There was a response. I will dig it up in a little bit. There was a response that she stated that 100%, no possible way, after watching this woman during her debates, when, during the 2020 presidential campaigns, watching her then, listening to her do her press conferences, listening to her at her rallies, her interviews, there is absolutely no way this woman was that articulate as she was tonight. Tonight was rehearsed. It was 100%. She knew those damn questions. I'm sorry. I will pick up the soundbite of her when she said it. It was instantaneous. I don't know how anybody would. I don't think anybody could disagree that she 100% had that question, at least that question, at a minimum. She is not that good. She really isn't. She is a horrible speaker, and she always again falls to that pitfall of hers of let's unburden what can be unburdened, because she flusters, she misses her mark, she gets twisted in her thought process. In my mind, she is trying to keep track of her lies, and that is when you get messed up. If you ever watch JD Vance, he is smooth, he is on point, direct, doesn't stumble, doesn't fluster, nothing. He is direct to the point because he doesn't have to lie. Facts are facts, truth is truth. You can't twist it, you can't change it. It doesn't matter. So he is very, very smooth in his approach and delivery. Unlike Kamala, she sucks at interviews. She sucks at campaigning, which is why she's not out campaigning much. But that is a whole different belief of mine, is that they're doing the exact same thing with her as they did with Biden. They kept him in the basement. He didn't have to go campaign because it was already rigged. It was already set up to go in his favor. I'm sorry, 81 million people in this country voted for an old white boy? Not gonna happen. Not a chance in hell is 81 million people gonna vote for that man. I am an election denier. I stand proud and firm on my belief. You don't drag out suitcases full of ballots. You don't cover the windows during counting. You don't bust pipes in a freaking counting room in the middle of the night. And I'm sorry, it is statistically impossible. Mathematicians across the world, statisticians have said it. It was impossible. The vote dump that happened at 3 a.m. magically, we saw Biden's number go straight up past Trump and then continue along the graph because every single vote dropped was for him. That is a statistical improbability, according to mathematicians and statisticians across the freaking globe. If you guys ever get a chance, tune into Mike Lindell's symposium where they debunked everything for 4 days of the 2020 election. It was phenomenal. what they were able to do. They were able to sit here and say, oh yeah, the voting machines, they're tamper-proof, nobody can hack them, they're 100% secure. They brought out one of the Dominion voting machines, put it out, and a guy walked out with his phone and hacked into it with his cell phone and said, see? Took less than 2 minutes to do. So yeah, I'm 100% an election denier, and I always will be. 81 million people. Right. Oh God, that is freaking hilarious. But anyhow, moving on to this debate, she had the questions, in my opinion. They are 100% saying that she won this one. And here's my issue is that she will never ever agree to do a debate on a conservative network. She won't, because they're not going to softball her the questions. They are not going to allow her to take any kind of conservative stage at all. Tonight was an absolute just as Trump was saying, it's horrible. It was horrible because it was Trump fighting three. It was him versus the moderators and her. And what did bother me, and it was on both sides, is that they did not cut the mics. If the moderator is saying no, we're going to move on, then you're supposed to cut the mics, and that went for both of them. Okay, I'm not gonna favor one side or the other. The fact is that if you're going to do an honest debate, you need to treat both candidates correctly, and they did. They allowed both of them to continue to respond. But they shouldn't have. They should have cut the mics off and continued on like the rules stated. If you're going to have rules, make sure that you're following them. The moderators were, I think, very weak on that point. But again, they spent a lot of time debunking Trump, fact-checking Trump, and not her. Not one time. When she was very clear on several things, she had spoken things that you could look up on Snoops, you can look it up on their any independent fact-checking website. There was things that she had stated very clearly that had been debunked. He had never ever said that the Nazis were very fine people. That was 100% debunked, but yet they are still touting it because words have power. Tonight, I'm gonna have to say it. Trump did not do that good tonight. He kept focusing on the border. The first 50 minutes or so of the debate, he got his butt whooped. Only because she knew the answers, but he kept on the same stupid points over and over. And it's like, okay, cool. You hit this topic, move on to the next, because there is a laundry list of failures. Focus on that. Go down the line. Expose everything. The last half, after the first commercial break, prior to the final statements, he did a little bit better and started getting into some other areas of points of failure within the Biden-Harris administration. His closing argument, his closing statement was his only saving grace, I think, tonight, because he was able to nail her on the points. And it's the most crucial of his campaign, and it needs to be a major focal point for him. Why haven't you done it in 3.5 years? Why? You have had 3.5 years rolling on to 4 that you could have fixed the economy, you could have lowered prices, you could have made us energy independent again. You could have reinstated the Keystone Pipeline, allowing thousands more jobs and energy independence, being able to transport oil from Canada directly down to Texas. Why haven't you done it? Why haven't you found a better way to make healthcare insurance affordable for everybody instead of paying, $500-600 a month for Obamacare? The federal government should not be in charge of health insurance. It needs to go back to private industry. The problem with the federal government is them having too much power, too much say-so over everything. The more power you give them, the less power the people have. And that's when you're going to end up in a situation where we're either going to have another revolution, it is going to be a civil war type of scenario, or we're going to get crushed under the weight of a tyrannical government. Except that it's not one dictator, it is frickin' hundreds. Between the House and the Senate, it can't be allowed. You have to remove more and more things from the federal government and give it back to the states, which is something that Trump was pointing out with the abortion stance. He gave the power from the federal government back to the states, which is the way the Constitution is written, that the states will hold the majority of the power, not the federal government. The federal government's job is to protect the borders, to protect the people, and to provide for the national security. That is the main jobs of the federal government. But here we are so far in debt from all of the pet projects that the federal government has taken on that the states don't have that power anymore. And the federal government will sit here and flat out blackmail states by denying them money for any type of initiative, whether it's repaving roads, building bridges, enhancing education for our kids. The federal government will blackmail these states. If you don't follow what it is that we want, you don't get this money. It's absolutely ridiculous that the federal government has as much power over the United States. That's what we are. We are the states. It's in the damn name. We are the states who are united. And we're not. We need a convention of the states, in my opinion. There's way too many things that need to be corrected that have just gone to shit. Under numerous administrations, it's not just the Biden administration. There have been numerous generations that have just been crushed by the federal government, just seizing more and more power from we the people. And that has got to stop. My God. Sorry. Soapbox in here. But going back to this debate, yeah, let's see what some people have said. I've got a lot of stuff pouring in here. Oh, who gives a shit? Taylor Swift has endorsed Kamala Harris. Does anybody care? I don't. I think Taylor Swift is a garbage human being who sits here and touts Christianity, but walks around with shorts up to her ass crack, hooker boots to the knees, and says that as a Christian, it's okay to support abortion. So, does anybody really care about what Taylor Swift endorses? Because I don't. I could care freaking less. Let's see here. Yeah, there's so much. Let's see what Amir has to say. Oh, yeah. They're calling Taylor Swift Kamala's secret endorsement, or her secret weapon. Let's get to my war room. All right. Yeah, here's a very good point. This is from Jack Pasovic. They asked about January 6th, which was 4 years ago. 100%. But did they even ask about January 13th? Which was J 13th, which was less than 2 months ago. June 13th, that's when President Trump, the attempted assassination on his life. Nor did they talk about, Trump talked about it, but the moderators did not. Kamala Harris absolutely 100% did fundraise to bail out the people in Minnesota and corresponding cities that were rioting during the Summer of Love, as they call it. They were rioting, they were burning, they were flipping cars, and they killed people. I'm sorry, we lost half a dozen cops, if not close to a dozen, I believe, police officers and civilians, innocent civilians. They trashed and burned their own freaking cities in protest. And it was shown that there was pallets delivered with bricks and other objects to use during the rioting. These were staged riots. And what happened? Did any of them get convicted? Did any of them have jail time? Have any of them gone to trial? Absolutely not. While we have January 6ers who are sitting in prison for almost 4 years now without representation, without trial. Basic violations of our constitutional civil freaking rights. They are not being treated fairly or correctly or even close to humanely. Some of the video feed that has come out from the January 6ers that they've been able to get, the lawyers have been able to go in there at various times because 90% of the time, their lawyers and their families are denied entry. They are denied visitations. I'm sorry, you can have a murderer who's killed 8 people and they can still receive visitors, but our January 6ers cannot. Oh, yeah, Felicia, I 100% things are going to get worse, and I don't feel that this is going to tip the needle in either direction tonight, as far as favoritism for one candidate or the other. I do not believe that is going to occur. That needle is not going to sway. I do believe that the left, the liberal media is going to make it appear they're going to try to claim that the needle has moved towards Kamala. I mean, they're still trying to tout that she's ahead in the polls, which she hasn't been ahead of the polls in weeks. The whole romanticism of Kamala has ended several weeks ago, but they're still touting it as being a thing. What they also do for the polling is they poll more Democrats than they do conservatives. That way they can state that the number is, that the poll is higher in favor of Kamala. This is the same crap that they did with Hillary Clinton, let's be honest. It's the same tactics every election season with these buffoons. Let's see here. Yeah, so we got this one here. Inflation by the administration. So under Trump, let's just say electricity. Electricity was 4.5% inflation under Trump. Under the Harris-Biden regime here, it has been 31.7%. Let's see. Hotels. It was actually a negative 15.1%. It was a negative inflation for Trump, meaning no inflation. The price actually went down for hotel and leisure. Under Biden and Harris, it jumped to 51.2%. Okay, rice, pasta, and cornmeal. It was at 3% under Trump. Under Biden and Harris, it's 19.4%. A new car, just to get a new car, was 0.2% under Trump. Under Harris and Biden, it's 18.2%. Facts are facts, and this is what Trump needs to be touting. I'm sorry, he did this in 2016 too when he debated Hillary. Hillary kind of smoked him on that first debate, but then the second debate came around when they did the town hall structure. He creamed her. He spanked her. He put her over that bar stool and spanked her. I'm sorry. That's what he needs to do. Now, I do not know if they are going to allow another debate to happen. I think that ego and overconfidence of Harris's team is potentially going to open the door for another debate to occur. But I doubt it. They want to make sure that she doesn't have an opportunity to kill any kind of momentum that she does have, any kind of momentum that she does gain from tonight. They're going to try to make sure that she can float on it for a little while. I don't know what Trump needs to do in this instance to salvage the night. Again, like I said, his closing argument, or his closing statement was probably the best thing that he was able to do, because again, he was able to reiterate how nothing has been done in 3.5 years. So why are you going to trust somebody who says that they're going to do all of this stuff when they should have been doing it all along? So that and him, he won the coin flip, so that's why he was able to give the last closing argument. So I do hope that is enough to keep people swaying towards Trump for this election. But again, we have no idea what is going to happen over the next 59 days, I think it is, until election. Anything could happen. So I did want to talk on this one for a little bit, but I'm gonna just double check through on all of my stuff. Let's see here. Oh, apparently one of my sisters in California may have to evacuate. She lives near Wrightwood, and apparently there is a very large fire there. And then another fire in Big Bear. Yeah, my mom sent me some photos. The sky is really, really bad. If anybody's ever lived right near a major fire, you know how bad the sky can get. It basically is apocalyptic type of sky. So I need to be keeping track of my sister and niece and nephew, make sure that they're okay if they need anything. Ooh, save that one for a little bit. So we have unconfirmed reports of 5 casualties in an IDF helicopter crash in Rafah. There's a lot going on. I gotta scroll through, guys. See, I have to disagree with Trump on this one. Trump says it was his best debate ever, but accuses moderators of bias. Yes, 100% the moderators were biased, but I do not feel that it was Trump's best debate. He did a well, I mean, it wasn't too hard to debate Biden. It's not really fair at that point, but his better debate was against Hillary during the town hall forum. That's just my personal opinion. What else do we got going on? Yeah, if this is a this is from Trump himself. Justin Trump on debate. It was 3-on-1. Absolutely, it was, and everybody could see it. I think ABC did a horrible job at moderating, and unfortunately, she will never ever agree to come onto a conservative news network. Something from Amir. Sad news from Gaza. It is allowed to be published at this point. I assume that's the helicopter crash. So just waiting on further confirmation from Amir. He's our #1 source, trusted source from Israel. Oh, what else here? So we have some debunking going on Harris, thank God. Harris calls NATO the greatest military alliance the world has ever known. The vice president made bogus claims of Ukrainian terrorists defending Zelensky regime, calling it a free country. What Harris failed to mention is that Ukrainian men aged 25 and older are prohibited from leaving the country and are being used as cannon fodder to prolong the agony of the Kyiv regime. What people also don't know, based off of my own, is that there has been about 500 Ukrainian men killed since the start of the Russian-Ukrainian war. They are to the point, I've been watching a lot of videos. Unfortunately, I couldn't play a lot on Rumble because it was just so sensitive as far as streaming capabilities. I watched numerous videos of vans pulling up with Ukrainian military, jumping out and grabbing men off the street and forcing them into the vehicles, some even being beaten to the ground before being dragged and thrown into the vehicles. I want to say maybe 3 or 4 months ago, watching those same videos, the people could resist and they were able to get away, and the army wasn't really that vicious at apprehending them. Now it's come to the point where they will physically assault them to the point of unconsciousness to throw them into a vehicle to conscript them into the Ukrainian army and sent to the front lines to fight Russia at this point. Okay, Danielle, let me take a look really quick. Oh boy, okay. Let me jump on this right now. Let me see what I can find, okay? So Danielle just got it over to me as I have been browsing. There are clashes going on between police and Harris supporters near the debate center in Philadelphia. So these are pro-Palestinian supporters that are currently fighting Philadelphia police on bicycles. So let me try if I can find some video going on. Clashes. Trying to find some videos for you guys. Give me 1 minute, okay? I don't even know what to say anymore. I mean, just overall, I don't know about anybody else. I am so sick of feeling like a foreigner in my own country. Like, I wore the uniform for 10 years. I loved wearing that uniform. I miss wearing that uniform. It meant so much to be able to follow a family legacy and being the first female in my family to wear the uniform. My grandmother was a Rosie Riveter during World War II. She built the P-38 planes. And then later she became a nurse. She drove a taxi. That's where she met my grandfather. But my other uncle, he was Vietnam. Agent Orange exposure. My other uncle was a Marine. My cousin was in the Navy. My grandfather on the other side, he was drafted during World War II and served in France for 4 years. So to see, I've seen the price that is paid firsthand, and it really pisses me off to no end to see everything that is going on. And it just fucking enrages me. Sorry for the language, but oh, that's interesting. So Taylor Swift, she issued a very long statement endorsing Harris, which she signed at the end, childless cat lady. So the responses that are coming up, unsurprising that Taylor Swift has endorsed Kamala Harris. But if Taylor really wants to protect her cats from Haitian migrants, she should reconsider. That's good. I like it. It's so funny. I do. I have a very proud family in that regard. My brother-in-law served, but that's brother-in-law. um, hopefully, I really at one point I did wish that my kids would be able to serve, but I don't trust the government. I don't trust the military anymore. I just don't. It's one thing for my kid to be sent to the front line and lose his life versus being forced to inject himself with an untested vaccine and die of a heart attack at 23. Don't trust it. I can't. I cannot, in good conscience, tell my children to enlist in the military. I used to. I've told a lot of people to enlist in the military. It will change their lives. It will turn their lives around. It will give them a future. Told a lot of family members that were struggling, my cousin, all that. Do something. And join the military. It will 100% allow you an opportunity to build a life. And not only that, it will create additional opportunities for you after you get out of the military. I can no longer say that. I cannot tout the military as being EAM, standing by for traffic. But I can no longer support that's a new one. Spacebar? Never heard spacebar. Danielle pointed it out. I really thought it was I really thought that it was a Joker name being talked about. I think that was yesterday or the day before that it was Joker, but it was actually Joe Dirt. I was shocked. So yeah, I guess they absolutely get to really pick their own names when they're doing these EAMs. Good comms. Love it. I mean, you got to have a little bit of fun. And do not take me disparaging the military. Oh God, I sound like Kamala. Disparage. Do not take me as putting down our military. I do not put down the men and women who serve our country. Not at all. I put down the government that is running that military, that sits here and states that it is more important to be inclusive and tolerant of men who want to put on skirts than it is to protect our soldiers from harm. We're going to spend money and time on DEI classes than we are on physical training of our troops. That is a problem. I personally don't care. I was in when the whole Don't Ask, Don't Tell was repealed. I know a lot of LGBTQ people. I don't care. Does your trigger finger work? Yes or no? Cool. Is your woke ideology going to get in the way of you defending me and me defending you when we're on that front line? If it's not going to get in the way, I don't care. And that is the majority of military people is we don't care. We're being sent somewhere. We could die. I don't care who you love, what you're doing in your bedroom. I don't care. Don't flaunt it. Don't throw it in my face. I don't care. I'm not flaunting my life in your face. Don't do it to me. And the majority of the people in the military are not that way. I promise you. It was like the admiral they dismissed off of the U.S. Reagan. They replaced with a transgender. I mean, granted, I would lose a little bit of confidence in a sailor who is looking through a scope mounted on a rifle backwards. 100%. That would be incredibly worrisome, but obviously it was a staged photo. Granted, as a military photographer, I'm going to make sure that the stuff that I am documenting is as accurate as can be, because that's my job. That's part of that MOS particularly, is to make sure that things are accurate so you don't make some admiral or colonel or general look like a douchebag. So, bad job on that photographer, but they replaced it with transgender. In my mind, I don't care. Are you an effective leader? If you're going to spend more time telling me how I should treat another person based off of who they want to identify as, you're a feckless leader. You're ineffective. We don't have time for that. That is not what the military is about. The military is about national security, protecting the United States of America, including our assets and interests abroad. That is its job. Not sitting here worried about whether or not we can tolerate a man standing in a female's frickin' locker room. That is some nonsense. Sorry, but yes, Christopher, praying that you can get your medication tonight or the next day. I have a similar issue going on with my son. They are out of stock, and I actually had to call multiple pharmacies around the valley attempting to find it, but apparently because the dosage of the medication, it has to be special ordered, so I have to hope and pray that my son's toe infection does not get any worse. Obviously, it's not the same level as your situation, I'm sure, but yeah, I can't find much on the clashes without jumping into more YouTube. Let me see. As long as the news cycle is touting it, I believe I have free use, which is using it for news-related content only. Yep, come back here. There we go. Let's see here. Clashes. See if I can get anything.
Back up!
Alright, I'm get this video up for you guys.
Get the way! Shut up! Get up!
Sorry, trying to get out. Get out of here! Get out!
I have a steep.
Don't push me.
Move back! Move back! Move back! Go! Back up! Back up! Move back!
That's when I was able to download it and play it for you guys. Yeah, I try to review the videos sometimes before I post them, just in case there's either something in the soundbite and or something in the video itself that I don't want shown on my live stream. So I try to screen everything before I throw it up there. So according to, actually this is surprising, but again, this is a conservative source, the War Room official, 88% feel that Trump won the debate tonight, but the votes are still low, so we'll check back in on this poll a little bit later.
My values have not changed.
Reduce red meat specifically.
Yes.
The Boston Marathon bomber, they should be able to vote?
I think we should have that conversation.
Abolish ICE.
Yeah.
Would you ban offshore drilling?
Yes, I'm in favor of banning fracking. I am prepared to pass a Green New Deal. I support a mandatory buyback program. We're not going to treat people who are undocumented cross the border as criminals. The idea that more police equals more safety, that's just wrong.
Policing, as we know, goes all the way back to slave patrols and that idea.
Yeah, you are absolutely right.
Where do you stand on defund the police?
We need to take a look at these budgets.
Do you ban plastic straws?
I think we should.
70 to 80% tax rate.
I think that's fantastic.
Chip in now to the Minnesota Freedom Fund.
How dare we speak Merry Christmas? Yeah, I am radical. I do believe that we need to get radical about what we are doing.
That was a 3-on-1 assault, and the American people saw right through it. That's why we'll have 4 more years of Donald Trump, the 47th president.
I have a statement from Steve, so let me read that. Harry Enton of CNN gave it away the other day. Only a 1% change in battleground states will bring victory for Trump. This will come from low propensity, low information voters, Christians being the easiest group to get, although all of it is hard. This is where the Swifties come in on the other side. We must galvanize folks to work on get out to vote canvassing and phone banks every day. Victory is right there. So that's the statement from the honey badger, and the message is clear. Victory is within reach, but only if we work on it. So let's make sure to get out there and make those calls and canvass every single day and download Bill Blaster.
Had moderators who are clearly biased, who are constantly fact-checking Donald Trump. None of these kind of whoppers that the vice president was saying, and none of her failure to really explain that, answer that first question, that very, very critical first question. They simply sat there on the sidelines and allowed that to pass.
Yeah, they did. It's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. So yeah, I'm just going through finding various clips. Let's see. What did she say? So I got one here. Biden-Harris accomplishments. Allowed 20 million unvetted illegals into the country. Historic inflation crisis. Record high gas prices in all 50 states. Record high consumer debt. Released terrorists into the country. Known terrorists, too. Ukraine-Russia war. Israel-Hamas war. Disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. Violent crime skyrocketing. Tried to jail political rival in the name of democracy. Lied to the American public about Joe's decline. Declared war on American energy. Record low test scores for K through 12 students. Most unpopular president and vice president in history. And that you can fact check. They are the lowest polling POTUS and VP in the history of the United States. Let's see here. I don't want to listen to any more sound clips. We just watched the whole thing. I want commentary. Unfortunately, that's still a lot of what we got going on here. So here's a video of Kamala just a short while ago.
I'm in favor of banning fracking. So yeah, and starting with what we can do on day one around public lands, right? And then there has to be legislation. But yes, and this is something I've taken on in California. I have a history of working on this issue. And to your point, we have to just acknowledge that the residual impact of fracking is enormous in terms of the impact on the health and safety of communities.
And bam, there it is from her very own mouth. Currently looking for more. Everything is still playing out. Let's see, anything new posted? Yeah, no, I 100% agree though. It was absolutely 3-on-1. Tim Scott had it right, 100%. Okay, Dwayne The Rock. What do we got from Dwayne? So Dwayne The Rock Johnson has said, I keep politics to myself and I do not endorse any candidate for 2024. Or I did not endorse any candidate for 2024. I want to say thanks and please more of that. I want to watch more movies without thinking about actors going nuts. Quote unquote looking at you, De Niro. Oh, that's great. You know, I don't understand why it is such a big deal about Taylor Swift endorsing. I mean, if all of her fans are gonna go make their political decisions based off of what she says, those fans are idiots. You need to think about what you are doing, listen to the candidates, form your own logical conclusions, not what some. I'm sorry, let's call it. She's an elitist. She is worth millions and millions, if not close to billions of dollars. She is a fake Christian. You're going to base a vote off of what she tells you to do? That sounds like a cult to me. That does not sound like individual thought. Sorry, Coleman Foreign News. So, yeah, the polls are still going. So, again, got another poll here, 83% for Donald Trump, 17% for Kamala. What's over here? Yep, more men being dragged off for Ukraine. Oh, cool.
Yes, it was a 3-on-1 debate. It was disappointing that she didn't have her feet held to the fire by the moderators. They went out of their way to try to do that to Donald Trump. But I think people that take away from this debate, even with all that, Donald Trump is the candidate that's going to change things. Kamala Harris is the candidate that, as President Trump said in his closing statement, she's been there 3.5 years. Why hasn't she fixed any of these problems during that time? She does not have an answer to that question.
Yep, 100%. All right, I do want to listen to this one again, though.
Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is
I think
up.
we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get.
He did a good one right there. I will give him that one. That was good. Yeah, he 14 million votes to people voted for Biden. The democratic process of voting, the people during their primaries voted for Biden. And they strong-armed Biden out of campaigning and installed her. They did not go by the people's vote. There was no additional voting held to see if the people wanted her or to go for another candidate. They installed her. That right there is the complete opposite of democracy. Yeah, BC, I don't know, maybe, you know, I tend not to focus much on Trump as I am studying the opponents. You know, I try to listen to them and focus on them, everything from their physical mannerisms to the tone of their voice, what they say, because all of it plays a role, all of it means something. Trump is Trump. Trump is going to say what Trump wants to say, how he wants to say it. watching, maybe I didn't pay as much attention. I mean, I paid attention to the whole thing, but I was definitely a lot more focused on her. That was a great rebuttal. He had a few great rebuttals. Like I said, in the later half of the debate, he came back, and he was coming back. If they had gone on for like maybe 10 more minutes, I think he would have definitely, um, you know, made her look inferior. His closing argument, and again, he had a few points that were, well, yes, Danielle, the country is a republic, but the process of voting is part of a democratic process. We are a constitutional republic, but within a constitutional republic, within a republic, are democratic processes. So the act of voting is a democratic process. We are not a democracy, though. So Anthony Blinken is saying there is no guarantee that the almost agreed ceasefire deal in Gaza Strip will be implemented. Okay, so how can you sit here and say it's almost agreed and then turn around and contradict it with it may not be implemented? There's no guarantee that an almost agreed ceasefire. Again, kudos to the Biden administration. This word salad game is freaking amazing. Oh boy. So, a group of protesters stormed the headquarters of the Mexican Senate of the Republic to once again stop the discussion session on judicial reform. The protests argue that AMLO is trying to turn Mexico into an authoritarian state. Well, I thought the cartels ran Mexico. I didn't think their government was actually really doing much work. Let's see here. So, Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, has suspended 30 arms export permits held by the Canadian companies and says that it will block the sale of any Canadian arms or parts to a third country that would end up being used in Gaza. This came from the Foreign Affairs Minister, Melanie Joly. Joly did not identify which Canadian companies or products are affected by the new suspensions, but the minister set a clear signal that Quebec-based General Dynamics would be blocked from completing any future contract to supply weapons parts to the United States that would in turn be sent to Israel. So not only are they not going to keep any type of arms export permits with Israel, they are also going to deny any type of weapon parts to the United States in the event that those weapons can be sent to Israel to be used against Gaza. Outstanding. Oh, God. I don't know who I dislike more, Kamala or Taylor Swift at this point. I really just cannot stand her. So, this is from Taylor Swift. Might as well go ahead and read it. I will be casting my vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the 2024 presidential election. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she fights for the rights and causes I believe need a warrior to champion them. I think she is a steady-handed, gifted leader, and I believe we can accomplish so much more in this country if we are led by calm and not chaos. I was so heartened and impressed by her selection of running mates at Tim Walz, who have been standing up for LGBTQ plus rights, IVF, and a woman's right to her own body for decades. I've done my research and I've made my choice. Your research is all yours to do, and the choice is yours to make. I also want to say, especially to first-time voters, remember that in order to vote, you have to be registered. I also find it much easier to vote earlier. I'll think where to register and find early voting dates and info in my. I'm sorry. I'll link where to register and find early voting dates and info in my story. With love and hope, Taylor Swift, childless cat lady. Ugh, and it's a picture of her with her cat. I'm sorry, I don't understand the obsession with her. I do not find her even remotely attractive. She's ugh. I don't know. I don't find her remotely appealing. I don't like her music. I don't like how she presents herself. But that's just me. Trump in the spin room. Kamala Harris wants to do another debate because she got beaten so bad tonight. I don't know if we're going to do another one. I wouldn't mind. I gotta disagree here. I'm just saying. And I know some people are against me or may not agree with me, but that's fine. I just gotta be honest. I'm not gonna sit here and sugarcoat anything. I'm not gonna placate. I'm not gonna lie. That is definitely not.
This is spacebar, standing by for traffic. I say again, this is spacebar, standing by for traffic.
So that helicopter that crashed in the Gaza Strip was due to a technical failure, according to the Israeli outlet.
This is spacebar, out.
Let's see here. So apparently, trending right now is vote Trump, and trending also, they're eating the dogs. That is trending right now. Hi Dakota. Yes, we are back on YouTube. Hopefully we don't get kicked off again. Yeah, I'm all for solutions. BC, I really am. I'm sick and tired of politics. I really truly am. I am tired of the back and forth, the name calling, the constant hateful rhetoric. It does absolutely nothing. We need solutions. And I'm sorry, solutions are not going to follow Kamala. They're just not going to, as it was pointed out and what we have been saying for quite some time since she entered the political race here. Why hasn't she done it in 3.5 years? She's accomplished nothing. I got a few of them, a few videos saved. I'll pull them up later, but you got people that are questioning her supporters, and they will ask the voters point blank, list one accomplishment of Harris's as vice president, and their answers are all the same. She's the first woman vice president. Okay, that's not an accomplishment. I mean, sure it is, but it's not something that she has physically done herself. It was given to her because Biden chose her. She didn't actually do anything. So they ask them again, name one thing, one policy of hers, anything that she has physically accomplished herself while being vice president. Not that she has become vice president, but that, since she has been vice president, and they can't name a single thing. It's incredibly humorous. to watch some of these videos. Let's see here. You know, but 100%, I do see conservatives being on the offensive right now for the simple fact that, you know, Trump was attacked 3-on-1. That was very clear. Still browsing, guys. Ugh. See, what's Charlie? Okay, here we go.
I think it's important to remember that we are voting for the leader of our country and not who we like the most or who we want in our wedding party, but who is actually going to make our country better. And we're in an incredibly unique situation where we've had both of the candidates in office before, and we've gotten to see what they would do. And when facts come to facts, my life was better when Trump was in office. The economy was higher, inflation was lower, things were better overall. And now with Kamala's administration, things haven't been so fantastic. And she's saying she can fix the problems that her administration has caused, but I just don't know if I can afford to take that risk.
Were you leaning towards the former president coming in tonight?
Probably.
And did you vote for him in 2016 or 2020?
I did.
So CNN is doing a focus group of some undecided Pennsylvania voters. So I am looking for continued videos for that. Where is this? Oh, it's in Mexico. What is this? So U.S. banks, U.S. bank shares fall. J.P. Morgan lost 5.19%. Goldman Sachs lost 4.39%, and Citibank lost 2.67%. I don't know, man. Has anybody been watching the polls, or not the polls, but the stock market? Warren Buffett, he sold off another few $1 billion in stocks. When your rich people start pulling their money out of the stock market, you know something's about to happen. Oh yeah, BC 100% installed. Oh my god. It's a fact. And not just her, but him. You know, Biden was installed. She's installed. She was installed into the presidential race. It's all by design. I can't emphasize it enough that it's all. I don't know. I don't have a good feeling. Again, I'll try to dig up that vision or prophecy that a couple people have had on YouTube, that if if we get a woman president, I wish Bobby was here. Bobby Newman, he was talking about this a while ago too, before we left that other channel that shall not be named. He was talking about it as well, that if Kamala gets in, or if a female gets in, and obviously right now we're focused on Kamala, that will cause the nuclear war. And if you take and link that up kind of with some Bible prophecy, with the Ezekiel's flying scroll prophecy, it all kind of lines up, and now would be definitely the time. So I was going to talk about it a little bit earlier, but Blinken and the UK Foreign Secretary, they are considering, or they were going to go to Kyiv and discuss or listen to the proposition from Zelensky, and it seems that they are going to be in favor of allowing Zelensky to use long-range missiles into Russia. That means being able to attack Moscow. Now, last night, I believe it was, for us, or no, yesterday, which was their last night, drones actually did make it into Moscow. Drones were hit in at one of the airports in Moscow, the second largest airport, and then there was video of a drone that crashed into a residential building. So the drones are making it in there. Now, the question is who supplied Ukraine with the drones? Putin has been very clear on this fact, that any weaponry, any type of equipment from NATO used by Ukraine that gets into the interior of Russia, Putin has very clearly stated that there is no world without Russia. There cannot be a world without Russia. I'm taking that pretty much as he has absolutely no problem hitting that button and starting a nuclear apocalypse if he feels that Russia is going to fall or even come close. So if the UK and the US are starting to back the ability of Ukraine to launch long-range missiles from NATO into Russia, I mean, I don't know about you all. I love my conspiracies, I love my prophecies, and I love watching how everything starts to line up. But you take, a circle peg and it fits into a circle hole, I guess it fits, right? That's kind of what I'm seeing right now. If that whole nuclear war prophecy is real, for these individuals that have had it, in line with what we think the Ezekiel flying scroll prophecy is about, which, I'm sorry, Ezekiel point blank talks about lead in the prophecy, and that lead is the only thing that can protect. If you haven't read Ezekiel's flying scroll prophecy, I highly recommend you pull it up and read it. It will blow you away. Now imagine you are somebody from 2,500 years ago, and you're given a vision by God, and you see a tube shaped object flying through the air in your vision. You would write it as a scroll, and in fact there are measurements that are given in this particular prophecy. Let me pull it up really quickly. I don't know about anybody else, but I have been getting a ton of political text messages from both sides. I'm like, I'm not a registered Democrat. Why the hell are you texting me about voting for Kamala? Whatever, Kamala la la la. Ezekiel flying scroll. So, the basics of that flying scroll prophecy is that it was, you know what, I'm just gonna read it to you guys. What else are we doing right now? I haven't been live in forever, and I kind of like my ranting and raving right now. Get to vent, get some stuff out. So, sorry, was it Ezekiel or Zechariah? I mix them up all the time. Sorry, Ezekiel 37, 38, 39, that's the war prophecy, which does line up with nuclear in relation to Zechariah 5:8, or 5 through 8. Sorry, is it yeah, Zechariah's flying scroll prophecy. Or is it Ezekiel's? Yeah, Zechariah. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm mixing up my prophets right now. So, the flying scroll, I looked again, and there before me was a flying scroll. He asked me, "What do you see?" I answered, "I see a flying scroll." Now, my math people, if there's any math people in the audience, please do the math here. I see a flying scroll 20 cubits long and 10 cubits wide. Now, cubit is roughly, I think, like supposed to be like a shoe length and a half. Basically from the pit of your elbow to your fingertips. So I guess 15 inches, maybe 18 inches or something like that. So if you do the math on that, 20 cubits by 10 cubits, that is, I think, 20 something feet long by, I don't know, 10 feet wide in diameter, I think. Where's my math people? Somebody do the math. 20 cubits by 10 cubits. Continuing on, and he said to me, "This is the curse that is going out over the whole land. For according to what it says on one side, every thief will be banished, and according to what it says on the other, everyone who swears falsely will be banished. The Lord Almighty declares, I will send it out, and it will enter the house of the thief and the house of anyone who swears falsely by my name. It will remain in that house and destroy it completely, both its timbers and its stones." And then it goes into more about the women in the basket. I can refer you guys to a gentleman that has deciphered all of this, and it's amazing. So the cubits is about 30 feet long and 15 feet wide, or 9 meters long, 4.5 meters wide. So if you take and you pull up missile silos, you take the measurements of some of the delivery systems, and they are roughly those measurements. And it's the rockets that can be shot up into outer space, and then they separate from the booster, and the head of it opens, and it actually deploys multiple nuclear warheads. So it's not just one nuclear bomb going up. So those are incredibly large scale missiles. But that's the prophecy that he was shown. So I don't know, like I said, 2,500 years ago, you see a giant rocket going through the sky, you're going to call it a flying scroll. Makes sense to me. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. We got a lot going on, a lot to be concerned about. But the fact that they are now even entertaining the possibility of Ukraine firing into Russia, it's not gonna go over very well. And if you are not prepared, you need to be prepared. Yep, the ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles. It just makes sense to me. If you guys ever get the chance, look them up on YouTube. It's called oh, what is his name? Let me pull it up real quick. I really do like listening to him. He's very enjoyable, but I want to make sure I give you guys the right YouTube name. His name is Abraham, but So his channel is called Abraham Overcome Babylon. So if you ever get a chance to listen to his streams, I highly recommend him. He does a full breakdown and analysis of Bible prophecy. And he's pretty right on with his stuff, I feel. So I've posted quite a few times on Bangladesh and what has been going on there. That is an area of the world that nobody is really focusing on, and people need to pay attention because it is a pretense of what is coming to everybody else. In Bangladesh, the Islamist migrants came in and have slowly and surely seized control of every aspect of the Bangladeshi society, including political arena. They have been killing Hindus just for being Hindus and refusing to convert to Islam. They were hanging bodies from bridges of those who refused. Unfortunately, it's been censored quite a little bit. Thank God for Telegram, right? So we have General Hagniyar Alam Chowdhury. He is a Bangladeshi Home Minister advisor, has now directed that Hindus must stop their pujas, musical instruments, and any other rituals minimum 5 minutes before azan, or be ready to face arrest. Everyone should make sure any such kind of activities be stopped during their prayers, or they will be liable for strict action. This is what Hindu minorities have been facing since the arrival of the Islamic religion into Bangladesh. So again, it is a pretense. See, what's going on in America is in Minneapolis, the mosque throughout Minneapolis have now they are allowed to play the call to prayers 5 times a day, as long as they remain within the noise ordinance. But obviously, you know, if you live in or around, I lived near a mosque when I was stationed up in North Dakota, and you could hear it. But they are allowed to do that. They are allowed to play calls to prayer 5 times a day. But you're not allowed to post the 10 Commandments anywhere because it's supposed to be a separation of church and state. So can churches get on a loudspeaker 5 times a day and recite the 10 Commandments? I guarantee you they would not be allowed to. So much going on in the world, and all of it is really, really sad. Biden spent 40% of his term as president on vacation at taxpayers' expense. It's real good to know, I thought. Oh, war room. What do we got? Just more presidential sound bites. It's like I want the commentary. I want people's perspectives, and I don't want to listen to the same thing I just listened to for 90 minutes. Well, don't care. Oh yeah, that happened today. So I posted it earlier today. Apparently Exxon Mobil in Texas had declared some type of emergency and ordered the nearby town to shelter in place immediately, close off the ventilation systems, close all windows and doors, and then without any explanation or cause, the order was lifted and nothing more has been said about it. So if anybody can find anything on that, I would greatly appreciate it, because I have not been able to find anything since the order was rescinded. I don't care about it. Really, really don't. Nope. You know, I figured there'd be a lot more usually. And see, this is why, to me, this is a sign that Trump did not do as well as he feels that he did. Is because when he actually does do incredibly well, you got your star players that on the right that will jump all over the internet, making posts and stuff like that about everything, because there was a lot of strong points. Unfortunately, there wasn't tonight, in my opinion. I think he could have done much better.
She just basically repeated everything that Biden has said in the past.
What were your thoughts? She made, Donald Trump made a strong closing statement by saying, why didn't they do all the things that she's proposing during the 3.5 years that they've been in office? And Biden did this entire moderate stance back in 2020, and she's trying to do it again in 2024, but she didn't talk about her policy changes between 2020 and 2024. Her whole centrist, moderate stance is just a facade.
Well, that was refreshing to hear from an individual. So, I don't know. Maybe my assessment isn't too far off, but I promise you, and maybe people have finally gotten to the point that they're gonna see this with a lot more level head and see exactly what Trump pointed out in his closing arguments. You will still see the left touting this as a win, 100%, and but again, I really don't feel that much is gonna be moved as far as polling numbers and such. I can't see either one really gaining or losing due to this debate. He had good valid points. Again, his closing argument was his strongest in the entirety of the night, in my opinion. And thankfully he had the last word, which is going to be, very very much in his favor. So people are still going to absolutely look at everything that she hasn't done and be like, oh yeah, she's sitting here, she's saying that she's going to do all of this, but she wants to tout being a moderate, but she's not even close. She is a radical. She is a radical Marxist, and she is never going to change. She will never ever relinquish those values. Those were instilled in her since she was a child. So it's never going to happen. Ugh. So I'm gonna throw a little bit of music back on. I gotta get my children to bed. You guys let me know if you guys are tired of listening to me. I don't mind shutting up for the rest of the evening and just posting some updates and listening to some tunes. If you guys want me to drone on a little bit more, just put it in the chat and I'll come back. I'm sure some more things will make its way out here. As far as content for, the control panels after the debate. So one thing I am noticing is that a lot of the left-leaning networks are not touting these these control groups after the fact, because all of them are 100% still saying, yeah, no, still not convinced that she's the right choice. But either way, I will return. Oh, also, if you guys can put into the chat what type of music that you guys would like to listen to, I now have access to roughly 600,000 songs that are non-copyrighted, so they're 100% cleared for streaming use. So if you guys have a particular genre of music, let me know that you would like me to play. I cannot play particular artists because it doesn't work like that. So a lot of these are no-name artists. I think some of it's actually pretty good music. But overall, just kind of post what genre of music you guys would like to start listening to.
I say again, this is spacebar, standing by for traffic. This is spacebar, out. This is Spacebar. Please say your last, over.
Never modern soft coming back with a smack. Beat marathon, I'm a killer on the track. Never modern soft coming back with a smack. Blasting fools never lost his back. Thirsty for blood, even more just like that. I'm a killer on the track. Never modern soft coming back with a smack. Beat marathon, I'm a killer on the track. Never modern soul coming back with a smack. Blasting fools never lost his back. Thirsting for blood, even more, just like that, 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 just like that. I'm a killer on the track, 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 on the never modern soul coming back with a smack.
Wolfhound, Red River, 11175, radio check. Red River, this is Wolfhound, have you Lima Terrace, Wolfhound, this is Red River, have you fed, and I am using the signal center, by the way. spacebar, standing by for traffic. I'd say again, this is spacebar, standing by for traffic. This is spacebar, over. This is Andrews with a test count. Testing 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. This is Andrews with a test count. Out. Signella with a touchdown. Testing 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. This is Signella with a touchdown. Out.
In our best interest to be here after recent comments. You know, I wish that my son, Aiden Clark, was killed by a 60-year-old white man. And I bet you never thought anyone would ever say something so blunt. But if that guy killed my 11-year-old son, the incessant group of hate-spewing people would leave us alone. The last thing that we need is to have the worst day of our life. Violently and constantly shoved in our faces. But even that's not good enough for them. They take it one step further. They make it seem as though our wonderful Aiden appreciates your hate, that we should follow their hate. And look what you've done to us. We have to get up here and beg them to stop. Using Aiden as a political tool is, to say the least, reprehensible for any political purpose. And speaking of morally bankrupt, politicians, Bernie Moreno, Chip Roy, J.D. Vance, and Donald Trump, they have spoken my son's name and used his death for political gain. This needs to stop now. They can vomit all the hate they want about illegal immigrants, the border crisis, and even untrue claims about fluffy pets being ravaged and eaten by community members. However, they are not allowed, nor have they ever been allowed to mention Aiden Clark from Springfield, Ohio. I will listen to them one more time to hear their apologies. To clear the air, my son, Aiden Clark, was not murdered. He was accidentally killed by an immigrant from Haiti. This tragedy is felt all over this community, the state, and even the nation. But don't spin this towards hate. In order to live like Aiden, you need to accept everyone. Choose to shine, make the difference, lead the way, and be the inspiration. What many people in this community and state and nation are doing is the opposite of what you should be doing. Sure, we have our problems here in Springfield and in the U.S., but does Aiden Clark have anything to do with that? Did you know that an 11-year-old boy could be passionate about gardening, that he could haggle for a better price at a yard sale?
Am I alive yet?
What in the hell is this? The chairman tweets, protect our ducks and kittens in Ohio because he goes down some crazy rabbit hole, completely debunked that aliens are eating pets? My God, are you okay, Mr. Chairman? Because last year, for a very long time, you tweeted and promoted Kanye West as he was calling for genocide against the Jews, and you kept it up. And now, when we have victims coming here, you're tweeting this nonsense. I don't know why you would do this. I hope you're okay. I don't know if the aliens who are eating your ducks are in the room with us right now, but Mr. Chairman, this is a serious issue. These people have loved ones who have been lost, and you tweeted this.
The attempt to end my husband's life was a horrible, distressing experience. Now, the silence around it feels heavy. I can't help but wonder, why didn't law enforcement officials arrest the shooter before the speech? There is definitely more to this story, and we need to uncover the truth.
mama told ya, everything that glitters sure ain't gold. Hey. Now what you wanted, what you thought you had to have, is just what you got now, playing grown. Now you're singing a sad song. I tried to warn you, but you didn't listen. Singing a sad song. Oh, look what you done. Singing a sad song. I hate to hear you singing a sad song. Sad song, yeah. You out here crying a river, just because somebody broke your heart, broke your heart. You're asking why didn't I realize when you already knew from the start?
True story, true story. Mike G, Jay Vanille, I had to do it, man. It's only right, you know what I mean? You got me gone.
They love to make a scene, so they do the most. Sipping on the lean, just a
True story, true story. Mike G, Jay Veneer, I had to do it, man. It's only right, you know what I mean?
You see, I've been here before. Another open door. One more dream ignored. When will you settle the score? How long will I get knocked down? I try not to get weary, but now my strength is fading. Please come save me. I'm trying to think whether or not I got what it takes to get to the other side. My body's falling apart, and I don't feel I have the strength to carry on. That's when I look up. That's when I look up. There's no other strength I know. There's no other strength. I look to the hill. That's where my help comes from. The battle's already won. Lord, I'm saying thank you for my rescue. When will I see the promise? Will I fulfill my bucket list? I don't care how hard it gets. God gave me the strength to never quit. I don't wanna be a preacher. I can't relate to you. Sometimes I feel under because of the pressure. In my mind, I'm trying to contemplate whether or not I got what it takes to get to the other side. My world is falling apart, and I don't feel I have the strength to carry on. Trust me. That's when I look up. That's when I look up. There's no other strength I know. There's no other strength. I look to the hill. That's where my help comes from. The battle's already won. Lord, I'm saying thank you for my rescue. When I feel my head underwater, when I can't see my way out, when everything is crashing down on me, when all hell is breaking loose on me, when I feel my head underwater, when I can't see my way out, when everything is crashing down on me, when all hell is breaking loose on me. Yeah. No other strength I know. No other strength I know. In my weakness, that's where my help comes from. The battle's already won. Greater is He that is in me. He that is in the world. I'm more than a conqueror. I'm more than a conqueror. When there's problems on every hand, I look to the hills. That's where my help comes from. Through my struggle, through my pain, through persecution, I look to the hills.
Look, I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris. She could run over a child live on TV. I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris. I'm never going to vote for Trump.
That's gnarly.
But the fact is, even though I think she'll make a good president, she's not a good candidate. If you remember from when she ran before, she tends to get real irritated with stuff she doesn't like. She's not real fast on her feet. Maybe she's better now, but live events, things like that, I don't know, man. I don't think she's going to do so well in the debate.
just how good I feel lately. See the smile upon my face since you came into my life, oh baby. Morning's light's a warm embrace. It used to feel so sad and lonely. They will never run away. Always had a heavy burden to carry. Now you brighten up my days. Baby, your love gives me freedom every day. Baby, your love puts some freedom on my way. Baby, your love gives me freedom every day. Baby, your love puts some freedom on my way. When I think about myself before you, see half of what I am. There are so much things that I just couldn't do. I was locked inside my mind. I know that love has got no guarantee. We may lose it in a day. But I was blind, and now I can see that Julie love's the only way. Baby, your love gives me freedom every day. Baby, your love puts some freedom on my way. Baby, your love gives me freedom every day.
sooner or later. Now is the time to reach the end of the line. This is bad. Leave your fears behind, 'cause I'm coming back, baby. Walking home with my reveries. I can live it on my own without you, darling. Give it all up for you, 'cause I need you, baby. Give it all up for you. It's cold outside, and I'm looking through the window pane. I can see this boy pacing the street, and I feel the depth of his pain. His loneliness appears to me like a mirror of my own life. I'm waiting for remove my eye from the window, what is it that is worth to fight for? If you ain't here by my side to bring the light in my heart, could it be that I spoiled it all? Could it be that I've lost my faith in everything? Could it be that I killed the magic between us? Could it be that I missed the train?
I got a dream. I always knew I'd do it different since the day I started.
If you ain't got a man, what you doing right now? Never seen a man, I'ma show you now. Who's there?
Looking so fresh tonight, and we ready to get it in like it's showtime. I know I got a spark about me, and yeah, I got it clicked and make it just right. So you can say what you wanna say, but we're cool. You can think what you wanna think, but we're cool. I don't need to prove it right now. All you gotta do is turn around. You can catch my vibe, right, 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 me. You can catch my vibe, right, 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 me. Can you keep up with the stride?
Your face said it all to me. I could tell you didn't wanna leave, 'cause you knew what was best for me. Who knew what we had become? Grown monster inside of us. We had it coming along for a while now. We had fire burn at the start, but emotions put it out. Just waiting for something to spark again. I keep asking myself how it's happened. Now I'm asking, how will I go on? Now turn the table when we were younger. I wish I could change you. We fell out, we were the stars with no light. We're snow in July, we're the earth with no life. I keep asking myself, how's it happened? Now I'm asking, how will I go on? Now I'm asking, all that. Can you see the stars align? A night like this can never rewind. Can you hear the wolf cry out to the light? A night like this will never shine so bright. So take a couple steps back as you hear me start to howl. Take a couple steps back when I lose all control. Watch me turn into a werewolf, and I will hunt till the break of dawn. Don't you dare to try to stop me. This is the horn of the black swan. So take a couple steps back as you hear me start to howl. Take a couple steps back when I lose all control. Watch me turn into a werewolf, and I will hunt till the break of dawn. Don't you dare to try to stop me. This is the horn of the black swan. doesn't feel like yesterday. It feels so far away. Now you're gone out of my life. You're gone without a fight. Simple things take more heart to lay it down. Where would I start? These crazy days we ran the world. Sweeter moments, time stood still. It always seems impossible in the darkness of my mind. Together we're unstoppable. You forever light my skies. Chasing past and chasing you. When you're lost along the way, running on every cloud you get. I'm chasing yesterday. Running on every cloud you get. I'm chasing yesterday. I'm chasing yesterday. It never hurts to turn your back on the things that you got wrong. It always hurts looking back. Find lyrics to a song. The weakest side takes force of mind. You need to help me win this fight. These crazy days we ran the world. Sweeter moments you were hurt. It always seems impossible in the darkness of my mind. Together we're unstoppable. Forever lighting my skies. Chasing past and chasing you. You're lost along the way. Running on every cloud you get. I'm chasing yesterday. Running on every cloud you get. I'm chasing yesterday. to sing again. What comes and goes, breaks my heart, no one knew. Didn't wanna go. 'Cause out here, I'm all alone. Didn't wanna go. I wanna turn back the time and let you know. Cause I wanna get away from this dark place, to feel you, to hold you. Cause I wanna get away from this dark place, to kiss you, console you, to keep home. Didn't wanna go. 'Cause out here, I'm all alone. Didn't wanna go. I wanna turn back the time and let you know to come home.
anybody know her name? Does she know I feel the same? Does anybody know her name? How does she feel? Does anybody know her name? Does she know I feel the same? Does anybody know her name? How does she feel? Does anybody know
my heart. Put it on the right track. Put it on the right track. Message from my heart. Message from my heart. Put it on the right track. Put it on the right track. Message from my heart. Message from my heart. Put it on the right track. Put it on the right track. Message from my heart. Message from my heart.
Does anybody know her name? Does she know I feel the same? Does anybody know her name? How does she feel? Does anybody know her name? Does she know I feel the same? Does anybody know her name? How does she feel? Does anybody know
Message from my heart. Put it on the right track. Put it on the right track. Message from my heart. Message from my heart. Put it on the right track. Put it on the right track. Message from my heart. Message from my heart. Put it on the right track. Put it on the right track. Message from my heart. Message from my heart.
You look to the sun, but you got nothing left to give. You feel you're on the run. It seems you don't know how to live. And when we lose our way, we all deserve to find belief. 'Cause we're on top of the world. Our lives in front of you and me. We are on top of the world.
signal with a touchdown, testing 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, signal with a touchdown, out.
Does anybody know her name? Does she know I feel the same? Does anybody know her name? How does she feel? Does anybody know her name? Does she know I feel the same? Does anybody know her name? How does she feel? Does anybody know
Can you feel it burning? Oh my God, this world is hopeless. Feel there's nowhere to go but down. I wake up every day, all I see is gray, and the world is getting colder. Do you have a match? Because I have a fuck ton of gasoline, and we will go to town, and we will bring it all down till I see nothing. Message from my heart. Message from my heart. Put it on the right track. Put it on the right track. Message from my heart. Message from my heart. Put it on the right track. Put it on the right track. Message from my heart. Message from my heart. Put it on the right track. Put it on the right track. Message from my heart. Message from my heart.
You look to the sun, but you got nothing left to give. You feel you're on the run. It seems you don't know how to live. And when we lose our way, we all deserve to find belief. 'Cause we're on top of the world. Our lives in front of you and me.
anybody know her name? Does she know I feel the same? Does anybody know her name? How does she feel? Does anybody know her name? Does she know I feel the same? Does anybody know her name? How does she feel? Does anybody know her name? Anybody know? Does she know I feel the same? Does anybody know her name? Anybody know? How does she feel? Does anybody know her name? Does she know I feel the same? Does anybody know her name? How does she feel?
my heart, message from my heart. Put it on the right track, put it on the right track. Message from my heart, message from my heart. Put it on the right track, put it on the right track. Message from my heart, message from my heart. Put it on the right track, put it on the right track. Message from my heart, message from my heart.
Does anybody know her name? Does she know I feel the same? Does anybody know her name? How does she feel? Does anybody know her name? Does she know I feel the same? Does anybody know her name? How does she feel? Does anybody know
from my heart, message from my heart. Put it on the right track, put it on the right track. Message from my heart, message from my heart. Put it on the right track, put it on the right track. Message from my heart, message from my heart. Put it on the right track, put it on the right track. Message from my heart, message from my heart.
You look to the sun, but you got nothing left to give. You feel you're on the run. It seems you don't know how to live. And when we lose our way, we all deserve to find belief. 'Cause we're on top of the world. Our lives in front of you and me.
Does anybody know her name? Does she know I feel the same? Does anybody know her name? How does she feel? Does anybody know her name? Does she know I feel the same? Does anybody know her name? How does she feel? Does anybody know her name?
Can you feel it burning? Oh my God, this world is hopeless. Feel there's nowhere to go but down. I wake up every day, all I see is gray, and the weather's getting colder. Do you have a match? Because I have a fuck ton of gasoline, and we will go to town, and we will bring it all down till I see nothing but Message from my heart. Put it on the right track. Put it on the right track. Message from my heart. Message from my heart. Put it on the right track. Put it on the right track. Message from my heart. Message from my heart. Put it on the right track. Put it on the right track. Message from my heart. Message from my heart. Message from my heart. Message from my heart. Put it on the right track. Put it on the right track. Message from my heart. Message from my heart. Put it on the right track. Put it on the right track. Message from my heart. Message from my heart. Put it on the right track. Put it on the right track. Message from my heart. Message from my heart.
You look to the sun, but you got nothing left to give. You feel you're on the run. It seems you don't know how to live. And when we lose our way, we all deserve to find belief. 'Cause we're on top of the world. Our lives in front of you and me.
Message from my heart. Put it on the right track. Put it on the right track. Message from my heart. Message from my heart. Put it on the right track. Put it on the right track. Message from my heart. Message from my heart. Put it on the right track. Put it on the right track. Message from my heart. Message from my heart.
You look to the sun, but you got nothing left to give.